Excuse me. Excuse me. Aha. There's the robot. So, greetings, Internet. It is 2:15 p.m. on Friday, January 5th, 2024. Welcome to Holding Court. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. Today I'm going to be continuing Shadowrun Hong Kong. I have a little bit of a cold, so, well, I did last time around as well, so if my performances were subpar last time, I'm going to blame the cold. If they are this time, I'm going to blame the cold. But I'm going to try anyway. And I'm going to have fun doing it. I just might cough more than usual. Going to try and suppress that, though, as much as I can. Let's see, on Wednesday, I did, I think, 2 different missions. I forget what the first one was wrecking the feng shui at the Yellow Lotus Corp office, I think. I forget if that's the right megacorp, but it was definitely all about disrupting the flow of chi in their office building. Doing some big disruptions in the temple up on their rooftop. If not their rooftop, then near the top of their skyscraper, but also doing a whole lot of really subtle manipulation on another floor further down that they would be much less likely to notice nearly as quickly, and so would, while perhaps less severe than the damage done to the temple, the damage would last quite a bit longer. That's the idea, at least. Then after that, we went after a prototype laser weapon, which was being built by a couple of Ractor's old colleagues. Let's see, I tried to be very sneaky, but I got traced in the Matrix, and they came bearing down on my location. Fortunately, it was a really nice choke point, and pretty much everybody had learned Overwatch by that point, so I just hunkered down, watched the entrance, bam, 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 waited for him to show up. And yeah, basically cleared the whole floor that way. I don't think it was supposed to go like that. I certainly didn't intend for it to go like that. I wanted to be a lot sneakier. But it worked out all right in the end. We ran into another team of Shadowrunners in the lab. Their run also didn't go according to plan, but we were both there after basically the same thing. And rather than fight over it while waiting for more security guards to show up, we decided, let's grab the thing and get out together, and then figure out how we're going to settle this. So that's what we did, and we found an amenable arrangement for the both groups of us. So we got more friends in the shadows now, and we both got to finish our jobs. The only thing we didn't get was a shiny new gun, but that's fine. It's totally fine. And yeah, that brings us up to where we left off. Oh yeah, and Ractor got a shiny new auto repair routine for his drones. So that'll be nice. Let's pick back up from there, shall we? see what what's her name again? Crafty. I wanted to call her Tricky. Nothing new to report. Okay. See you around. Very well. And let's get our pay. Oh yeah, that's right. Auntie said that our runners were all gathered here, and I should come meet them. She seemed excited. So what's up, kindly? As you walk through the mahjong parlor, you see your crew waiting for you, clearly uncomfortable to be so close to the triad boss. Then you see why. Kindly Chung's cheeks are flushed and glowing. She's already hit the bottle pretty hard. Adol the Red, you're here. Excellent. Yes, Adol the Red. It is good to see you. They both have the expressions that say they'd rather be anywhere else. Let's get to it, shall we? You said you had a lead, Auntie? I did. And I do. Kindly Chung takes out her PDA and gently places it on the table in front of her. The wiretap we placed on the police force has borne fruit. Her mouth breaks into a wolfish grin. Her eyes take on a feral gleam. She appears fueled by alcohol and vengeance, a hungry beast on the hunt. My people have delivered a snippet of a recorded video call between the plastic-faced man and Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit. Whoa. This should be good. Should we take a seat? Unfortunately, it's only a snippet. There were some technical difficulties with the tap. She glances at Bao, who nods back at her. The person responsible has been sacked. Chung reaches out a lacquered fingernail, hunts for the button she's looking for, and stabs it in victory. There's a loud crackling noise at the beginning of the recording, followed by a squelching squeal that makes Gobbet cover her ears in pain. When the video recording begins, the man's voice sounds far away as if he's talking through a thick pane of glass. The woman's is louder, closer. Say that again? There's something wrong with this line. I said my client isn't interested in hearing more excuses, Inspector. That's what I thought you said. I'm not making excuses, mister. I have a department to run. Not for much longer, if those two Westerners aren't found. They're linked to this Raymond Black somehow, and my client wants them out of circulation immediately. The two runners are his accomplices, too. The little orc and the dwarf with the cyberdeck. Gobbet looks at Isabel wide-eyed and swallows hard. Isabel winks back reassuringly. I'm aware, Inspector. Thank you. We don't know how much any of them know, and my client is adamant that the risk be mitigated immediately. I've already made this the SDU's highest priority. If Josephine wants more resources on it, I'm going to need allocations from elsewhere in the department. That is a problem that can be easily dealt with. My client wants this over now. No more excuses. No more screw-ups. No more cops floating in the river. I forgot my tablet. I can't see the chat. I will be right back. There we are. Kindly Chung smiles at that and pours herself a shot. Tell her we're redoubling our efforts. Very good. Dead or alive, you bring them to me. My client requires my personal verification that the threat has been eliminated. Hang on, this line is getting worse. There's a sharp crackle and the recording ends. Kindly Chung picks up her PDA and puts it away with a smile. She unscrews the cap on her bottle and pours herself a shot with a flourish. That's the guy we saw in the surveillance footage, the one who killed Raymond Black. She leans into the PDA. That plastic face looks a lot cooler close up. I think it's kind of pretty. That video doesn't tell us much. I mean, we already know that there's an APB on us. All we're sure of now is that the man with the plastic face is definitely working for someone else. This Josephine. Is that all we have, Auntie? A first name? It's not just a first name, Gobbet dear. It's the first name. Josephine Tsang. She's the one pulling the strings. Kindly downs her shot and slams the glass upside down on her table. That disease-riddled... Wow. I should have known it was her from the beginning. She drums her fingers on the table in front of her. And she had nerve to call down the heat on my runners? On Nightjar? Oh, that scabrous fossil is going to pay. This woman has enough power to order the HKPF to hunt us down? Mm-hmm. Chung makes a wet hacking noise in the back of her throat and spits on the floor. She's the CEO of Tsang Mechanical Services and a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council. Her face turns to a mask of disgust. Josephine D.F. Tsang. CEO, huh? What do you know about her? She was Hong Kong Philanthropist of the Year in 2054 and 2055. Children's hospitals, homeless shelters, food distribution centers. Good causes, and the kind that get good PR because people are too lazy and myopic to look for the real people doing the hard work, the face-to-face with the poor work. Don't be so cynical, Isabel. Auntie Chung smiles at her sweetly. Coming face-to-face with the unsanitized for video poor is distasteful, dear. You know that. Her face gets stony. Beyond being a CEO and a philanthropist, I also know that Josephine Tsang is a lying, conniving bitch. Sounds like you two have a history together. Whatever gave you that impression, my sweet? Her wolfish smile returns. Yes, my darling, I don't like Josephine Tsang, and I'm going to F her up. I'm going to F her up bad. It should be good. It will be delicious. And I may explain why someday, but not today. She picks up her bottle of swill. Its turpentine fumes drift your way. But when I finally get her, you'll be there, my darling. I'll make it a party. What is Tsang Mechanical Services? Josephine's baby. It was a B-rated corporation before she married into the Tsang family. But after she fought for and won the contract to rebuild Kowloon Walled City, their fortunes rose high. They began a rise to power that eventually landed Josephine on the Executive Council. So there's a connection between Josephine Sang and the Walled City? Yes, the same place Raymond Black hired my runners to take him. I've already connected the dots. I don't know what it means, but it clearly means something. What do you think the connection is between her and this plastic-faced man? I don't know yet, but I will. He called her his client. That may be some sort of lead we can follow. Chung nods at Wu. Her glance lingers at his biceps a moment before continuing. Right now, all we know is that he is her instrument, the one who killed Raymond Black. Raymond's not dead. Yes, you may have mentioned that before, Gunshow. She smiles at him reprovingly. Regardless, the plastic-faced man is still our best lead for figuring out what's going on. Remind me who this executive council is again? May I, Auntie? Isabel breaks in, giving Kindly Chung a chance to calm down a bit. Hong Kong is run by a consortium of powerful corporations called the Board of Governors, who set up the Executive Council, an 8-member committee of exemplary Hong Kong citizens, to represent the people and run the city on their behalf. But, of course, you don't vote for them. That would be too unpredictable. Instead, every 2 years, 2 Executive Council slots come up for election, and the corporations on the Board of Governors put up some possible candidates and vote among themselves in a closed-door session. Closed door? I'm shocked. Of course, every single one of these candidates is on some corporation's payroll somehow. Wham bam, instant government. Let's cut to the chase. What's our next step? There's nothing we can do to touch Josephine Sang, as much as I hate to admit it. But the plastic-faced man is a different story. He's a third-party operative who's been careless, and he'll live to regret it. Her little black eyes turn stony. For a while. If Tsang thinks she can take out 2 of my runners and get away with it, I'm going to have to explain things to her. She pulls out a thin black cigar and runs it beneath her nose. We're going to find the plastic-faced man, and we are going to hurt him. We'll hurt him until we know everything he does, and then we will use that to strike back at Josephine Sang. She lights her cigar and takes a deep, deep pull. You will have your vengeance, and I will have my own satisfaction. She turns away and picks up the bottle. Now get out. I have work to do. Mail, Auntie Chung and Josephine. From Gobbet. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine Sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the sauce and talk revenge. This is a combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the Walled City. Since the Walled City was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Chung, they must have had a working business relationship, for a while at least. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favorite. You got that, right? Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal gig, Seattle. Money and power galore. Now, You need to know that there were a lot of triads and corps doing biz in the walled city, all sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely, and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate business in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and Sang's company, and everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make long bank. There was a catch, though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level maneuvering and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail and negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine Sang. My info gets sketchy here. From what I've pieced together, Tsang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to her boss, a 438 named Wong Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Tsang do that? My guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of threat. People in the know say that Wong Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She can be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city, just like Auntie planned, only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She's still a straw sandal, just like she was before Tsang backstabbed her. And now, she's stuck in hay oil like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed, too, if it were me. Claim payment. From Steel Arm Lou. Your payment is attached. I confess that I am very pleased with your work. It's not every runner who could have pulled off a job of this magnitude. Well done. Good, the whooshing logistical data sold. 150 new yen, that's something. Hey, ate all the red. I was able to cut out the proprietary bits of the files we recovered that work a few new yen. But there was a lot of junk data none of the buyers wanted. I've decided to archive the leftover paperwork, requisition orders, etc. Nothing special, but I figured I'd keep it on hand. Looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run on a low-level corporate lab, potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and long list of happy clients. Requirements: 1. You must not take experimental stims during runs. 2. You must have a good sense of humor. Weren't you just looking for a Decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moved away. I'd be interested in meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your phys ad? Did someone call my name? Hey, MTN, long time no beer. We gotta catch up, Sensei. Bring me on as your Decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out? That's an understatement. I think we can count on you not to consume any drugs during runs, most specifically drugs that were part of the payload. Fatal experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Ouch. That's not even a rookie error, it's just lack of common sense. A real shame, that. Anyway, I'm glad you're on board, Runs. We're not gonna have a problem with you. Want to trade eyes. We'll take anything. I acquired a huge supply of cutting-edge cybernetic eyes. My fence did a runner, so I've got eyes up to my eyeballs, as it were. Make me an offer. They've got the whole 9 yards, 2010 vision, camera, low light, and thermographic modes. One size fits all, sold in pairs only, boxed set. Colors: brown, blue, violet, hazel, green, green flecked with gold, chrome, and you've got to install them yourself. Trade you a Ranger Arms SM3, comes with a matching briefcase. Deal, message me. Can I swap you my old cyber eyes for a new set? Seriously, anything but that. Can I buy one blue and one brown eye? No, but you can buy 2 pairs. Sheesh. Uncle says House of Pork. If anybody ever has the hankering to go to Uncle T's House of Pork in Tai-O, I can only say one thing. For the love of all that's holy, don't. I haven't been able to leave my house in 2 days. The only reason I can even post here is because of the RAS override on my deck. What did you eat? Maybe you were just unlucky. All I had were some shumai and ribs. That's pretty basic and hard to mess up. Unlucky is when I get a bad orange at the market. This isn't unlucky. This is something else. This is some kind of vile gastrointestinal sorcery. Oh no, brown magic. Oh my god. I only ate there once. Once! I still have nightmares. It felt like I'd eaten a wasp nest if the wasps were made of rusty razors, and also on fire. I thought I was being clever by getting the pulled pork sandwich when I ate there. Nope. Aside from basically being a pile of congealed sludge and the bread being moldy, it was a week before I could hold down anything more solid than congee. What, are you all a bunch of children? Yeah, the kitchen is dirty, but I've eaten there dozens of times, and not once have I gotten sick. Grow up and learn to eat adult food. Wait a second, aren't you the person who was raving about that food cart on the corner of Kimberly and Observatory? You told me to get the yuzu glazed horse tripe. Yeah, how'd you like it? Pretty good, huh? If by good you mean the consistency of tar and old tires, yes. The tripe must have been a week or more old, and I'm pretty sure I smelled rot once the initial citrus blast wore off. Take note, this user's advice on food is not to be trusted. Oh god, reading that actually got me to push past the RAS override. Now my deck is covered in vomit. Thanks, guys. And I mean it. Nothing I love more than being sick and disgusting. Walled City embezzlement history. I'm uploading another Walled City report, this one old, from just after they built it. I ended up digging into the history of the place. It's just archival plain text. Oh, that's Isabel. Consolidated Press, Hong Kong desk. Tsang Mechanical Services, Tsang, was again accused in a joint lawsuit headed by Wuxing Inc. of embezzling hundreds of millions of new yen during the construction of the Walled City low-income housing project. The plaintiffs filed an official complaint on Monday stating that construction contractors had been heavily pressured by Tsang to use cheap construction techniques, while kickbacks, graft, and misrouting of funds caused several hundred million new yen to vanish. Tsang's legal team strenuously objected to the accusations, citing lack of proof and the corporation's own damaged fortunes. Legal team spokesman Li Chuishan had this to say: "The Walled City contract was a disaster for my client. The project was sabotaged at every turn by union activists and competing corporations. TMS struggled heroically to complete the project despite this interference. These parties have now added insult to injury by fabricating charges of malfeasance based on the very obstacles which they themselves created. This has truly become theater of the absurd." Is it true? According to Consolidated Press financial analyst Gertrude Schoen, it seems unlikely. Tsang has struggled financially since the Walled City project. Tsang stock, ticker symbol TMQ, Hong Kong and Tokyo exchanges, is trading at around 40% of its peak, which it reached just after receiving the walled city contract 4 years ago. Although investigators have indicated there is evidence of possible misconduct, no misappropriated funds have been found, and CEO Josephine Tsang recently sold her Victoria Peak estate, citing financial difficulties. If TMS or the Tsang family have benefited from stolen walled city funds, they're not showing it. Mrs. Tsang could not be reached for comment. I always thought that Tsang rocketed to success on the back of the walled city. They sure trumpet that in their PR. Yep, it's a brilliant piece of historical revisionism. The walled city was a huge loss of face at the time, but somehow they've rebranded the whole fiasco over the last couple decades. Maybe their underbidding made them seem like a real sucker and brought in the contracts. Isabel, I find the fact that you posted a financial article to be charming. White Prism, did you just hit on Izzo? Amanita's gonna skin you. No, that's just WP. He's incapable of flirting. Would you date a woman named Amanita and then try to charm someone on the BBS? WP is just an aggro mentat with a poor social filter. You two must have an interesting relationship. Let's just say we radically complement each other. Ah, my friend, you have done an admirable job. An admirable job indeed. I have already incorporated the technology that you recovered, my stolen tech, into a new chassis that I'm fabricating for Koche. Glad to be of help. You will be, my friend. He tips his cigarette. A cone of burning embers tumbles to the ground. Very glad. Very glad indeed. The next time we take to the field, you can expect to find Koche's combat effectiveness considerably improved. He has become truly deathless, just as his namesake was in the legends. When he takes damage, he will mend himself before your eyes. Sounds incredible. Can't wait to see it in action. Nor can I, my friend. He turns back to the whirring machines that fill his shop, watching their progress with hunger in his eyes. Nor can I. What's up, Gaichu? The cabin is in a far better state than it was previously. The heat has been adjusted down and the ventilation restored. The boxes of junk and parts have been stacked and neatly arranged, and Gaichu's small amount of personal gear is tucked away in a corner. There is a small mat in the center of the cabin that looks like it doubles as both a rug and a sleeping pad. Gaichu is seated in the lotus position, eyes closed. His fingertips rest on a braille reader that is plugged into his PDA. The device fills the room with a soft clicking from the pin combinations. As you approach, he lifts his hands from the reader's surface. Hello again, Adol the Red. Is there something I can assist you with? Looks like you've carved out a nice little spot here. If you say so. I doubt it would be suitable for others, but I do not require much by way of space, and have few possessions, so as long as I have a quiet area in which I can sit and relax, I am happy. Now, what is it that you wished to discuss? What were you reading? Gaichu draws himself up, folding his palms in his lap. With one toe, he pushes the braille reader away. It is called Hagakure, Hidden Leaves, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo as a treatise on what it means to be a samurai, and how one should best serve one's lord. Required reading for the Red Samurai, unsurprisingly. Reliving old memories? Not so much old memories as old lessons. Gaichu smiles sharply, running a claw across the line of his jaw. I have many scars to remember my mistakes by, and each one seems to evoke a passage from the book. The author has a central thesis. When there is a question of life or death, always choose death. Throw oneself into the fray with no resignations, and act on instinct alone. My current state of affairs speaks the truth of this more robustly than any lesson in a dojo. That doesn't sound too different from life in the Redmond Barrens. Truly. Gaichu considers this, leaning over to rest his arm on one knee. I have fought a few Shadowrunners in my time, and I admit they have always proven more tenacious opponents than corporate soldiers have. When you've got nothing left to lose, you're the most dangerous. And this is why I am unconcerned with appearing dangerous. I appear dangerous because I am. What is left for me to lose but my life? Tsunetomo believed that to truly embody the virtues of a samurai, adherents should be mindful of their path at all times. Never stop training. Always question how one's actions reflect on their lord. Above all, be prepared to do your duty instinctively at any time, no matter what the cost. That sounds like a dangerous path to walk. I am certain it is, but what choice do I have? Without a cure for my condition, all that I am able to do is embrace the reality of what I have become. It does not seem like much of a choice at all to me. What does he say about masterless samurai like you? 7 times down, 8 times up. Gaichu smiles thinly, wrapping a claw on the hilt of his sword. More specifically, if a samurai has not been a ronin at least 7 times, then he has not truly lived as a samurai. Those were different times, however. It was common for samurai to fall out of favor with their lord and be turned loose to wander. For company men like myself, the choice is serve or die. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? I want to know more what it's like to be... I want to know more about what it's like to be a ghoul. Gaichu cocks his head at you, his milky eyes narrowing mirthfully. Preparing for the eventuality of killing me and collecting the bounty. Make sure you leave my face intact. I would prefer to be a well-preserved trophy. Don't worry, I'll have it stuffed and mounted on my wall. Gaichu bares his teeth in a rictus grin. You can hear a faint chuckle rumble in the back of his throat. Now that would be an illustrious end to my career. A severed head decorating a leaking wreck of a boat, home to extremely private individuals who will never show me off. Couldn't you sell it to a museum or something of that sort? Gaichu grows serious, leaning back. If you wish to know about what it is like to be me, ask away. I see no reason to conceal the details of my condition. So, you eat people. What's that like? Gaichu blinks a few times and cocks his head as if to stare at the ceiling. What is it like to eat anything else? or for a diabetic to take insulin. It is like that, a fact of life. I have found that most people are revolted by the concept of eating the flesh of humans, rather than the act itself. Taken in isolation of social concerns, humans are no more or less edible than most mammals. The flesh can be of poor or high quality, depending on all the factors you would expect, diet, lifestyle, etc. I prefer to prepare my meals as I would sashimi, light garnish and flavoring, but with an emphasis on the taste of the base meat. Do I enjoy it? No, not especially. Some Japanese are fond of pork and chicken sashimi, but I have never been one of them. Gaichu shrugs helplessly. But it is a fact that I must accept, and if it is how things will be, I will make the best of it. Do you feel bad about having to eat people? No, but I was never a vegetarian, so why should I? Gaichu seems puzzled by the question, as if he's missing nuances of meaning. It does not matter where the meat comes from. As someone who died in a car accident is as viable as someone I kill. I admit I have eaten people that I have killed, but that was of necessity. I was going to kill them anyway. Why let their bodies go to waste? Most ghouls smell like rotting meat. Why don't you? Diet and cleanliness. Most ghouls eat rotting flesh and do not bathe. I eat fresh meat and bathe regularly. Are you immortal? Considering this, Gaichu leans over onto one elbow. I have no idea. I do not believe there have been any organized studies of ghoul longevity. Most strains of the human metahuman vampiric virus impart a semblance of extended life, but I do not believe that the Krieger strain is one. Somehow I think it is more likely that I will die in combat than of old age, no matter how long I live. Might be interesting to ask a doctor. To what end? I live by the sword and I will die by it. I have no illusions about my chances of growing old. Gaichu shakes his head in dismissal. How would I live out my days? In a rural country village, eating people who happened to expire on nearby roads? That will not be my fate. What's the deal with your teeth? What deal are you referring to? Did you file them down into those points? No, they are actually new teeth created by the infection. I suppose it is a natural advantage to have teeth better suited for carnivorous pursuits. Let's talk about something else. As you wish. What is on your mind? We were talking about your father bailing you out of jail. Ah, yes, I do recall you asking about that. Gaichu's reticence is palpable in the long silence that follows. He does not continue. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. Gaichu sighs heavily, nodding. I have given you my word, and I intend to keep it. Do not be concerned. I simply have not spoken of my family in a long time. Bad memories? No, quite good ones, actually. I haven't seen Yasujiro in many years, but that is my fault. We may not have seen eye to eye when I was young, but we came to an understanding, eventually. Yasujiro gave me an ultimatum after my run-in with Shiawase security. He told me that he had cut a backroom deal with a rival in Shiawase to keep me out of prison. The charges would be suspended if I finished high school and studied at Kyoto University with the intent of joining Rinraku. If I did not, Shiawase would take me into custody and I would spend time in prison. What did that cost him? I have no idea. He refused to reveal what he had been forced to do in exchange, but I cannot imagine it was cheap. Insider information, perhaps? A deliberately botched contract? Yasujiro was a manager in the water and power division, so the deal would have been lucrative, but not secret. I had always taken my family for granted. Raised in a Rinraku family, going to Rinraku schools, I always had a sense of place, of belonging where I was. The thought of all that vanishing, I simply could not imagine it. Suddenly, the reality of my actions became clear. Gaichu runs his fingers over his bald scalp, smiling distantly. From then on, I tried to be the son he wanted, and he seemed glad of it. We grew much closer over the next few years. He took time off to visit me when I was living in Kyoto. Why would that be unusual? He was a very busy man in those days. A lot of responsibility and very little time for himself. I was impressed that he could carve off as much time as he did just to go camping with his son. A lot of nice wilderness in that part of Japan, I bet. Very much so. The land around Kyoto is protected from development due to historical and cultural significance. Most of the mountains are considered sacred, so the Diet declared them a national preserve. We made several trips to the area between Kyoto and Nara, around the village of Ide. We camped in the mountains above it. We would hunt wild deer and boar there using my family's antique arquebus. That's a strange choice of weapon. It is a choice of expediency. It is nearly impossible for a private citizen to own a firearm in Japan, which is why you may so often read of Yakuza attacks involving swords and cleavers. As the Tanegashima that my family owns is from the 18th century, it is exempt from ordinary regulations. Gaichu chuckled softly to himself. Perhaps ironically, hunting with my father is how I learned to prepare raw meat. Strange to think that such activities served as training for my current state of affairs. So what's the process? How do you prepare it? Soak the meat in brined water and simmer it at a low heat for several hours. Let it cool and repeat the process over several days. It cannot get too hot, or I am unable to eat it. This process brings out the collagen in the meat. When it is done, I spice it with ginger and sansho pepper. Again, not too much. Mundane food is anathema to me. Sighing happily, Gaichu stares off into the distance. When he looks back, he smiles broadly at you. Those were good days. I'm sorry I cannot go back to those times. When one joins the Red Samurai, one must give up all attachments of one's previous life. The company, the code, and the unit become the entirety of your world. Even your family ties have to be cut? Especially those. Anything that could distract you from a mission must be purged. Commitment to the unit and the company must be total. Applicants must be human, Japanese, and utterly devoted to Rinraku. Your unit becomes your family. Your commander is your father and mother, your teammates your siblings. Red Samurai are not allowed to reveal our identities and position to anyone outside the Special Operations Group. Even if we wanted friends outside the unit, we could not have them. So how did you end up joining the Rinraku military? Fair question, given my youthful indiscretions. Gaichu leans back. His blind eyes turned toward the ceiling. Are you familiar with the Kempeitai? No, what's that? The Kempeitai are the political arm of the Japanese military. Much like the commissars of the Soviet Union, they are responsible for enforcing political and social orthodoxy. This is not just within the army, mind you. They also enforce certain laws with regards to the general populace. When I was enrolled at Kyoto University, I studied global security and political science. It is the major generally used as a gateway to private security postings with both government and corporate militaries. I knew I wanted to fight. I was a young man, and my blood was always up. One of the requirements was that students join the Youth Brigade Kempeitai. The Youth Brigade is a bit like the ROTC in North America, the Young Falcons in the Sioux Nation, or the District Officer Program in the Republic of Korea. Members learn to be soldiers without actually joining an army. They perform community service and promote civic pride. Performance and prestige in the Kempeitai used to dictate later job opportunities, a bit like a good internship. Seems like the kind of thing Renraku would look favorably upon. When I was in school, the megacorporations looked favorably upon Youth Brigade service. At the time, the interests of the Emperor and the corporations were aligned, a grand drive to return Japanese industry to the forefront of the world economy. Good marks from your Youth Brigade commander were a sure sign that you would be offered a good position with corporate security, and I wanted to be the best. These days, the megacorporations have begun to resist that kind of nationalism in favor of corporate pride. Youth Brigade service is becoming a black mark rather than a positive. Gaichu shifts, resting his elbows on his knees as he leans forward. I do not know if the alternative is any better, though. When I was nearing graduation, I was approached by a recruiter with Renraku Security. She told me I came from a good family and could have a promising career with the company. She offered to fast-track my application towards a potential Red Samurai position, 3 years with the Renraku military as a junior officer, and guaranteed placement in a Red Samurai training billet of my choosing. The pay was good, and the excitement of being an elite was an attractive proposition. I accepted, but I did not truly understand what I was signing up for. As I told you before, they force you to give up everything except the company and unit. That was made clear to me, but I did not truly understand it. Did you regret your decision? On the whole, no. I do not know who I would have been had I not joined. Perhaps there are things that I miss, but regret is perpetual. One is always tempted to ask, what if? But that is a trap. Gaichu wraps 2 knuckles on his breastplate. This is who I became. The armor was my protection and my identity. The training was extremely difficult, both mentally and physically. I knew that I would be isolated from my old life, but I did not anticipate the full extent of that isolation. All Red Samurai recruits report to a facility called the Forge in Chiba. You are assigned to a unit, you and 4 other recruits, and for the next 2 years, the Forge will be your home and prison. Shaking his head wistfully, Gaichu snorts. It seems ridiculous in retrospect. We were all so young. None of us had any idea what we were doing, except trying to become the best soldiers in the world. And yet those strangers became my new family in the absence of the old. Tell me about the members of your unit. Gaichu wrinkles his nose as if smelling something foul. That chapter of my life is over and done with, and they are no longer part of my world. Why would you care about any of that? You said they became your surrogate family. That's important. You make a wise point. Commanders should know their soldiers as well as they know themselves. Very well. Gaichu looks down at his hands, picking something out from beneath one claw. He continues to look at his hands while he speaks. When I was younger, I would have more readily cut off my fingers than tell you what you ask. You must understand that secrecy is absolute among the Red Samurai. Your identity becomes secret, erased from any database that might connect you to the Red Samurai. You use only your code name when in the field, and your given name is known only to your commanders and your unit. Even other Red Samurai units have no idea who you really are. Finally, looking up from his hands, Gaichu leans back against the boxes. Contact with the outside world is cut off completely. Even once training is over, your communications are restricted. Maintaining relationships outside of those you work with is frowned upon. Sounds horribly isolating. By design it is. It forces recruits to bond with their unit and transfer every emotion they have for their old friends and family to the unit that they must work with. If there is a tighter bond among any other Special Forces units, I would be surprised. Red Samurai units are always 5 members, one of whom is a spellcaster. During training, each member takes turns being commander. The most competent is given the billet permanently upon graduation. That seems like a good way to ensure everybody has a fair shot at it. Gaichu nods, propping himself up on one knee. It is. By rotating who has command duties, we were able to see very quickly who had the mind and personality to lead the team, and who was more comfortable following. Ishido was our commander. He came from a rich family in Saitama, the kind of family where he was given every advantage possible, with the expectation that he would keep the family name prestigious. He was older than the rest of us, as he'd already spent 6 years in the army. A very severe man, rarely given to humor. Takagawa was usually the second in command. As our designated marksman, he tended to have a better tactical view of how an operation should be run, simply because he needed to study the terrain more. He loved to get us laughing. Without him, I think I would have gone crazy in the first few months. Our mage's name was Sasaki. She had been in training as a Miko, an apprentice priestess, when her magic began to manifest. She was in the unit for the challenge, and for the money. Her family had always been poor, and they had always told her she would never amount to anything. I think she had joined the Red Samurai just to prove to them that she could do anything she wanted. My kind of attitude, I admit. Gaichu cocks his head, amused. I am unsurprised to hear it. You and Sasaki share similar attitudes. Neither of you stops to consider if your goals are attainable. You simply know that they are. Our heavy gunner's name was Aomori. He kept the team honest with itself. He never had a disparaging word for anyone, but would not hesitate to call someone out for their behavior. Sasaki loved that about him. Really, she loved all of him. The two were discreet, but discretion only goes so far in such a small team. Still, we respected their privacy where possible. Is that kind of thing allowed? If the unit commander allows it, yes. We were given incredibly wide leeway in what to allow or forbid in our unit, the belief being that results were the only thing that mattered. If the unit failed, it would fail as a whole. Sasaki and Aomori were crazy about each other, and it would have done more harm to keep them apart. Lastly, there was me. I was the close quarters and breaching expert, the first man in the door when we had to clear a room. I was the perfectionist on the team. Aomori could get us to do anything, but I was the one who made certain we did it well, with style. How do you mean? If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing well. If that thing is also your duty, it is worth doing perfectly. Many times we would perform a drill or exercise well enough, but that was not good enough if I had to trust my life to it. That was why we became one of the best teams in the organization's history. That's a thing to be proud of. Of course it is. Do you think I do not know that? Gaichu sighs heavily. I apologize. It is just that those feelings are still raw sometimes. Even if I were to be cured, I could never go back. They have been disgraced, and I have done unforgivable things. I have been cast out for good. What do you mean? Gaichu closes his eyes, sighing through his nose. When they ambushed me in Fukuoka, it was fight or die. I killed 2 of them before I escaped. I will not be returning to the unit, no matter what. He opens his eyes after a moment, shoulders slumping. It is not an easy memory to grapple with. That's fine, Gaichu. Take your time. Thank you, Adol. I am sorry I cannot talk about it now, but I need to process the emotions. They are still raw. I am tired. Come back later and we can talk more. Let me get more drink. That did a number on my voice. Maintaining a voice like that for that long. I mean, it's harder to jump back and forth between voices, I think, but it's exhausting to just do that, to do one like that. On and on and on. And of course, I'm going straight to Duncan now. You enter to find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his caged panther routine. You're gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. Wu keeps pacing. Need something? Yeah, a drink. Looks like you could use one too. I hear Club 88 has 2-for-1s between 4 and 6 o'clock, but you'll have to drink them both. I don't put drugs or alcohol into my body. Anymore, you mean? You don't put crap into your body anymore. That's right, I'll own that. Anymore. I don't need my judgment impaired like that anymore. We both know what can happen when I drink. Been thinking about Josephine Tsang, what she did to our family, what she did to Carter. His pace increases a bit and his tusks jut forward slightly. Josephine Tsang. God damn Josephine Tsang. We'll find a way to get her, Duncan. Good, because when we do, the old Duncan is coming out to play. Wu's eyes smolder. Here's what we do. We walk into Tsang's headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. Kidnap a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council while there's an APB out on us? It's bold. They'll never see it coming. This is the way to go. My way. My way, Duncan? Yeah, my way. There's one way this is gonna go. He catches himself. Understanding appears in his eyes. Oh, crap. That's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules, no falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. Or you'd get the full-on Raymond treatment. I didn't care to be on the receiving end of that. And I was more than once, that's for sure. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of the squad and into his house? The thing with Double Tray and Lockjaw, when he accused us of relapsing back into our old ways? Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. His raspy baritone is tinged with satisfaction. When I finally stood up to him. He couldn't hear a word you were saying. I'd never seen him so angry. It was a sight to behold, that's for sure. I didn't listen, he didn't listen, then we butted heads, same as always. He smiles, but it's filled with regret. But that one was the worst. Good thing you were there to stop it. His face settles into an expression of resignation. Okay, Mr. Mondegreen. We don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. He stretches. You can hear his joints crack. And on that note, I'm going to have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. I'm getting the feeling they're all going to be long days. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. Anyway, have a good night, Adol. I'll catch you tomorrow. Well, don't have to stay in his voice long. That's good. Isabel's avatar flickers onto the screen. Okay, that's still about that. Thought, and okay, so nothing new there. She doesn't want to talk shop when she's in there. Anything new from Gobbet? Hey, pal. She puts her hands on her hips, sending Madness scurrying. Are you ready for your next lesson? Absolutely, hit me with it. Straight to business. She nods appreciatively. I like that. Good. This one is about people like Auntie Chung and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important. I'm all ears. All right, so here's the upfront lesson. Fixers are important. You can't just go to a Johnson yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's a bad idea all around. Okay, go on. The reason why it's a bad idea to cut people like Auntie Chung out is because you need someone to vet your clients. That's important. It protects the whole team. She takes in a breath, lets it out slowly. You, remember the lesson from last time? The one about Tsui and the shiny object? Yeah? Well, after the run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Tsui had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All that we had to do was keep the thing safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We'd killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standards. Honu and Egret got good and drunk in record time. Tsui went back to his cabin with the shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It had been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds, yelling maybe. I was groggy and they were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 a.m. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual, but something felt off somehow. I used to get that every now and again in the Barrens. I learned to listen to it. She nods. Yeah, it's a lot like a panic attack, really. That full-body certainty that something is wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know, and if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out into the hallway and my foot slipped. I came down hard, landed on my ass, and found myself standing in a pool of blood.
That's not good.
She shakes her head, grimacing. No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious by this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was that the shiny object might have, I don't know, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in that warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shook that off pretty quick, though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and rather than paying us for the job, he'd sent another team to take it away.
Isn't that jumping to conclusions? I mean, it could have been anything.
Sure, I guess, but it was what made sense to me at the time. I mean, we were definitely under attack, that much was pretty clear. I got up, brushed myself off, and beelined for Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing that the sinking ship had to a leader, and the strongest rat shaman on the raft. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, seemed like the right thing at the time. If there was a retrieval team coming for the shiny object and they were strong enough to handle Tsui while he was holding it, what chance would I have of stopping them on my own? I figured that it was time to bring out the big guns. Melvina was the one whom I could get them from. I passed some pretty bad stuff on my way down to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Xiu Yan's vault all over again. The torn-up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people who'd been cut apart with machetes, scorch marks on the container walls. She bites her lip, grimacing at the unpleasant memories stewing in her head. Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of the shiny object. That heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake. Kind of figured hanging onto that thing was a bad idea. Hey, I didn't like being close to the thing either, but it was our payday for a job and we didn't have a choice. We had to hold it. I sprinted down the last stretch of corridor to Malvina's cabin. I can't tell you what a relief it was to put my shoulder into the door, to feel it pop open and to go tumbling into that room. And then somebody smashed a gun into my face. It was Cadmus, my friend. He jammed the muzzle of his Super Warhawk into my cheek so hard it hurt, then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused.
Did they think you were in on the attack somehow?
Yeah, only it wasn't an attack. Our client had nothing to do with it. Turns out there was no client. Tsui had lied to us, and by helping to steal the shiny object, I'd unwittingly given him what he needed to foment a mutiny. She pauses for a moment, gathers her rats in her hands, and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair. As it turns out, betrayal hurts Seattle. Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. Tsui had been a friend, and I just risked my life to save his like 4 hours ago, and he'd tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable.
Why do you think he did it? Why all of this over a heap of junk floating in a bay?
I don't know. Maybe he'd gone toxic. Maybe he got ambitious and wanted to be the king of our little aquatic hill. He didn't discuss it with me first or anything. I'd be willing to bet that something had gone rotten in Tsui long before we ever met. He was pretty damn good at hiding it.
Maybe there wasn't a good reason. People do terrible things every day.
Yeah, they do. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter why Tsui did what he did. All that matters is that he did it.
So what did you do?
What could I do? I didn't have a whole lot of options, and Cadmus was kind of on edge. Like, like red-faced and screaming. So I opened my mouth and I fast-talked my way out of it. I started by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo on the sinking ship. Swearing my undying friendship, you know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with Warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Tsui.
That follows, I guess. I mean, he only had it because of you, right?
That was the idea, yeah. I mean, I didn't have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard who was tearing our friends and neighbors apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into too many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Tsui's indiscriminate use of the shiny object led a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been.
Did you get a good view of them this time?
Yeah. I wish that I hadn't, but I did. I don't really know how to describe the things. They were like animals, but wrong. Too many tails, bones in the wrong places, huge open sores, that kind of thing. They were spirits manifested in physical form, I think. Most of them took the form of rats, swarms of insects, rotting things, all the old pestilence tropes. Sometimes there were colonies of things all tangled together and moving as one. Not the sort of thing that I want to see again. Ever. So anyway, long story short, I got the shiny object back from Tsui. It wasn't easy, but I got it.
How'd you manage that?
Lies and misdirection, trickery, rat helped. Some of the things that Tsui let loose actually came in handy. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I managed to trick my way past Tsui's supporters in the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. Wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object, and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damned thing, and I got it back to Malvina.
What happened then?
Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Tsui ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Tsui's side lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everybody that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea and all that. After the pronouncement, she turned on the surviving mutineers. Honu was one of them. He'd been in on Tsui's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for people in our economic bracket, that was as good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet that they're all dead by now. In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them. If I'd just fought to save my home, I wouldn't have picked up and left after the fact. I had to go. We may have washed the blood off of the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I'd loved anymore. And as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. We parted on good, but sad terms, and as you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny, I hadn't even thought of Malvina or the sinking ship in years. Not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson, and it all came flooding back in.
She pauses, turns to you.
That's the story. It's finished. But I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front, because it's important. We need Auntie Chung to bring us work. That's obvious. But we also need her to keep us honest, to be sure that we, on the team, are playing straight with one another. Auntie Chung's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us, and that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Chung, or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship. It could happen again in Haoi. So anyway, that's the lesson. If you've got follow-up questions, go ahead and ask them.
What did Malvina do with the shiny object?
Well, first she used it to get rid of the things that Sui had let loose. Then she put it away for safekeeping. It's probably still there on the sinking ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held under lock and key.
At least she's keeping it safe. She shrugs.
I'd have preferred it if she ditched the thing, but in the end that wasn't my choice to make. From what I've heard, she's still in power over there, so I guess that it worked out okay.
And Sui? What happened to him?
That walking colostomy bag was already dead, eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Turns out he wasn't much good at controlling them without it.
Her voice fills with grim satisfaction.
He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail.
Any thoughts about that last run?
I think that went pretty well. There aren't a lot of runners who can say they went up against Ares and came out ahead. Sure, maybe the job could have gone a little smoother, but how are we supposed to account for another runner team showing up? Adaptability, Seattle. That's what makes a good runner. Always go with your instincts. I think you made the right call giving those guys the laser. I mean, sure, who doesn't like lasers, but would another gun really make that much of a difference for us? That team sounded like the kind of people who won't forget a debt. Sometimes that's the difference between living and dying, who you can call in a pinch. So what else did you want to chat about?
That's all. Thanks, Gobbit.
Sure. In Seattle, thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think that they help me too, and it's nice to be taken seriously every now and again.
No problem, Gobbit. I look forward to the next one. Her face lights up.
Yeah, me too. Now, get a move on. I've got Gobbit things to do.
A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you that it's 4 a.m. Outside of your cabin, the rest of Haoi sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilled yearning, and a need to get where you were going first. Others were behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you could feel that terrible longing. You would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. It feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. Okay, that'll help me out a bit. Ooh. Oh. Those are adept weapons. That's a little better than what I've got. So sure, let's pick that up. I think, yeah. Alright. Hey, Freddy. What's up with you? Nothing. Nothing new there. Apparently. This tall, well-built human has been watching you since the moment you entered Club 88. Surreptitiously, of course, glances over his shoulder and the like, but you're certain he's been watching you. He finally speaks as you draw near. I hear you're the one to talk to about work in the shadows. Maybe, maybe not. What's it to you? He shrugs and folds his arms across his chest. I'm looking for work here in Hong Kong, but I don't have my own team. I asked around who the players are here in Haoi. They said to talk to you. Call me El Duque. I'm a street samurai, good with shotguns, close combat, and I've got a bit of medical know-how on top of that. My rates are reasonable unless it's a run against Shiawase. In that case, it's completely free. Why run for free against Shiawase? Because the sons of bitches killed my wife and stole my son. Duque's voice is hard and flat. Anything to screw them over. I don't need to get paid. Anything to screw them over, I don't need to get paid for. Okay, I can understand being upset about that. Good. Bastards were in it for a cheap payday, just another body to add to their assembly line. You ever heard of a typo immune system? No, what's that mean? It means that his organs and blood can be donated to anyone. They're universally compatible. If a company wants to produce bioware on the cheap, they use sinless typo bodies as templates to grow the ware in. Human factories, basically. Sick stuff, but it's not like we can complain to anybody. Officially, we don't even exist. Shaking his head, Duque looks away. Let's talk about something else, okay? You live here in Haoi? No, Chungking Mansion's down the way, near Hung Hom. It's a real hellhole, but nothing like the walled city. Still, I come up here because this is where the work is. A lot of smugglers coming in and out, and a lot of freelancers needed to solve problems. Gesturing toward the rest of the bar, Duque surveys the dingy interior with an uncritical eye. Places like this exist all over the world. Dives where cops won't come in except with riot gear, where people like us gather around and try to figure out how to make our next new yen. Find the right one, you can find any kind of work you want. You've been a Shadowrunner your whole life? Chuckling, Duque shakes his head. Nope, originally I was in IT. You know, tech support. Hell of a jump to being a Shadowrunner. Yeah, well, having your wife gunned down and your kids stolen tends to focus your attention. Sounds like a bad action sim, doesn't it? Still, that's how it happened. One day, Shiobase's getting a reckoning. See you later, Duque. You too. Keep safe, alright? I'll have to keep him in mind. Skip some stuff. Oops. My son Callum doesn't understand this. He thinks he would be happier as some corporate drone. But I've been there, and I can say for certain that it's just a longer path to where we are now. It all ends with drinking or sometimes killing. At least we're direct about it. What's the problem with Callum? There is no problem, so long as he remembers his place is here. There are too many ideas in that boy's head, too much ambition, and ambition like that never leads to a good end. He should be happy with what we have built for him. He's the eldest and so very smart. One day he will take control of the club and all its business, but he feels trapped here. He wants to be free. The irony is that his idea of freedom is to work for a corporation. I know from experience there's nothing further from the truth. They don't call you wage slaves without good reason. But here we have true freedom. We make our own way. I wish he realized this. I try to make him understand, but it only seems to drive him further away. I worry that if I try too hard, I will lose him to his ambitions. Let's see what you have today. That's the one I have. Next time I have 1500, I can upgrade to a Remington. Or I might get the, chrome I need for a smart link, just so I can, the data jack, so I can use the smart link one, because I think that improves accuracy. I'll check Chrome Alley. O'Malley. Ambrose is staring at a flat panel monitor on the wall. A local news channel is zoomed in on an ultra-modern aircraft carrier moored in Victoria Harbor. You following the IJN story? A Kinsai fighter wing from the Masamune did an honorary flyby of the Executive Council meeting today. They're rattling the saber hard. Everybody's being courteous as hell, but nobody's blinking. The IJN? The Masamune? What are you talking about? The Imperial Japanese Navy. They've parked the carrier Masamune's battle group in Hong Kong for a visit. They're trying to intimidate the city. Nobody's having it, not even the Japan Corps. Or Japan Corps. Whichever it is. Yeah, that's probably supposed to be like corporations, not corps. It looks like it's being driven by some sort of weird internal Japanese pissing match. The Imperial militarists want to cow Hong Kong and bring it under the umbrella. However, almost every megacorp, including all the Japan corps, want Hong Kong to remain independent. Tensions are high. Is there any chance that Japan will take over the Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone? No way, not in a million years. This kind of rooster show goes down all the time. Worst that'll happen is a bunch more posturing. Like the IJN has an accidental fire incident with a coastal boat. Somebody test fires an anti-ship missile. The Port Authority finds the Masamune's paperwork lacking and charges them exorbitant harbor fees. Noise like that. They're a bunch of square-haired idiots with muscle cars revving at each other. Just stay out of smuggler hulls. The IJN likes to go on sprees of blowing them up to show how well protected Hong Kong would be under the yoke. Ambrose snorts in amusement. Those honorary flyover fighters had live ordnance loaded. Ridiculous. Say what you will, though, that Kinsai multi-role fighter is a sweet bird. Ambrose ogles a close-up of one of the shark-like jets on the wall screen. Twin Mitsubishi double-hot Delta turbofan engines, ramjets, thrust vectoring, Generation 4 fight-by-wire. Hey, gorgeous. Do I have anything to worry about? Yeah, don't go into a bar full of drunk Japanese sailors with a free San Francisco t-shirt on. This whole IJN drama is going to go on like it always does. The Japanese Navy will eventually realize no one is even paying attention. Then they're going to steam off in a huff and maybe blow a few smugglers out of the water. Happens all the time. Buh, politics. I can only talk about them so much. Let's move on. You came here as a runner, now you're a busted up doc. What happened? Hey, I'm not busted up, you insensitive jerk. I'm economy size. Ambrose erupts into laughter, slapping the side of his wheelchair. He quickly devolves into shameless giggling. He stops giggling and cocks a sober eye at you. Seriously, though, that's some heavy shit. It'll take a while to tell. Do you really want to know? Yes, I do. He appraises you quietly. Well, you're doing good, Adol. I feel okay about telling you this. A run went bad. Ambrose spits on the floor emphatically, in clear defiance of his own prominent sanitary space no spitting sign. Real bad. They used to call me Ripshot. I was on a 10-man crew. We were led by this ex-army troll named Icebreaker, former combat engineer, brutal guy. We did shadowrunning, armed robbery, office invasion, underworld hits, anti-branding, just about anything as long as we could make money and hide our tracks. Anti-branding? That's usually a euphemism for attacking someone's image with false flag terrorism. Yeah, it is. Look, I was a real asshole in those days. I'm not proud of the jobs we did. A lot of our work was high profile, real violent. We dumped a lot of bodies in the harbor. Then we had this one job. Ambrose pauses, takes a deep breath. Hey, I can sum this up real quick, otherwise I tend to get long-winded. What do you want? Give me the full story. We were breaking into an R&D facility. It was a vanilla job, cheap rent-a-cops, flawed security system, no problem. It was going like clockwork. I was out in the command van on Overwatch. Bam! Something hit the van like a freight train. Ambrose grits his teeth. His body visibly tenses at the memory. The walls crushed in on me. There was a flash of light, then darkness, stabbing everywhere. Pressure like a mountain falling on me, feeling crushed to pulp. Then I blacked out. Ambrose falls silent. He seems to be somewhere far away in his mind. The seconds tick by. Wait for Ambrose to continue. When I woke up again, I was in pitch darkness. I could hardly breathe. I was being burned by hot metal. The pain was indescribable. There was a shrieking, like the metal was screaming around me, and sparks. Someone was cutting through the wreck. A huge pressure lifted off me. There was a blinding light. Ambrose gives a tense sigh. He's trembling. It was our glove woman, Karen. She pulled me out of the wreck, wrenched 4 tourniquets on me, shot me up with drugs, stuffed me in a security car she'd shot up. Karen jacked me in. I couldn't even hold my head up. I thought my spine was shattered. Once I was rigged in, though, the pain in my meat didn't matter. I drove us out of there. I stayed conscious just long enough to get us to a friendly clinic. By the time I got us there, Karen was going down with brain swelling. Ambrose's eyes seem to clear as if he's returning from far away. We got barn-stomped right proper. Slaughtered. They crushed the command van with a front-end loader and left me for dead. Everybody but me and Karen got wiped out. How did Karen escape? Karen was carrying the first haul out when the assault team hit us. She jumped into a koi pond and lay on the bottom for about 5 minutes doing her woo-woo chi centering thing. They dropped a flashbang grenade into the pond to clear it. That messed her up good. Burst her eardrums, gave her a concussion, ruptured the blood vessels in her eyes, nose, mouth, knocked the air out of her lungs. She stayed on the bottom for another couple minutes. I once asked her what that was like. She just said, painful. That was Karen, stoic like a concrete block. Who ambushed you? I still don't know. Best I can figure out, it was some sort of counter-intrusion team. Maybe the whole run was a setup. You're wrecked, Ambrose. How did you survive so much trauma? Ambrose taps the side of his head. Cowardice and job security. I was always real scared of getting hurt. I'd kludged up my tactical computer with some healware and my headwear radio. As soon as my vitals went screwy, my trauma protocols kicked in, and my radio started broadcasting my heartbeat. Karen couldn't drive. She homed in on my beacon and cut me out of the wreck with our demo saw. Then she shot me up with enough adrenaline, PMO4, and morphine to reanimate a corpse. Ambrose shivers a little at the memory, and she put 3 trauma patches on me in a row. It shredded my renal system. He taps his chair. That's why this little hot rod has an artificial liver and a dialysis machine in it. They hit you with a construction vehicle? Yeah, shoved the van right into a plastcrete wall. A nearby robot arm equipped for heavy mechanical work emphatically slaps its vice-like claw. Crushed it like a beer can. I learned something from that, tell you what. How to seriously slot someone's day. Ambrose gestures with his chin towards the clinic's false ceiling. I've got an articulated backhoe boom up there with a demolition claw. Hell with guns. Anyone ever F's with Chrome Alley, they'll learn what high-powered hydraulics really means. Anyway, that's how it all went down. Afterwards, things were real hard for a while. Ambrose seems to take stock of himself. He breathes heavily. Tension drains from his body, and he slowly relaxes. Here I am, though. Ripshot no more. By the way, Ripshot is dead. Let's keep it that way. Please don't say that name to anyone, okay? Karen was an artist at faking deaths, and she made sure we both vanished. Ambrose shakes himself and rubs his eye anxiously. Listen, Adol, this is a stressful subject for me. We can talk more about the past another day. For now, I'm spent. Show me your services. Cyberware. Magnet arm? Yo. Deflects grenades? That's awesome. Oh, good. And I can afford a data jack. So let's go ahead and get that. And then when I can afford it, I can have a smart link weapon. Save. Yeah, let's do the movie studio thing next. I'm pretty sure that's what this one was. Always have the Decker. I think Ractor would stand out a bit much there, as would Gaichu. So that leaves Duncan and Gobbet. Exit stage left. You arrive at the eponymously named Repulse Bay, a gleaming hotel and apartment building on the shores of Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island. Rolling storm clouds choke the sky, lending the structure a sinister appearance. As you push through the doors and into the building, a sudden break in the clouds reveals a sun that's gone red as blood. You make your way into a ground floor elevator. The attendant pays you no mind. As the car begins to climb, you hear the sounds of merriment drawing closer. As the doors slide open, you find Neville Ma's party in full swing. Why do I have a mage outfit? The elevator disgorges you onto the mezzanine with little fanfare. Off in the distance, you can hear the sounds of clinking glasses, carefree laughter, and silverware on china. I'm kinda out of my element here, Adol. I'm not much of a party person. How do you want to handle this? Check the apartment first?
My vote is party. Can we go to the party?
Let's try the apartment first, and then go to the party. She lets loose a wistful sigh.
All right, if you insist. Go on, lead away.
A sullen-looking troll stands on the periphery of the kitchen. He turns to you, shoulders slumped forward, and sighs. No restaurant service tonight. The kitchen staff's too busy with the party to serve anyone. Wish I could get onto that balcony. He sniffs the air wistfully. All that delicious food. See? This guy knows what's up. Looks fancy. Who's throwing the shindig? Trid producer, I think. Saw some actors out there earlier. Same ones who act in Promises in Moonlight. He fiddles shyly. Have you seen the show? I'm afraid not. His eyes widen excitedly. You need to see it. It's the best show on Tridio ever. He leans in, face inches from yours. Ever. I'll get right on that. Good luck with the kitchen, buddy. Today's special, Buddha's Delight. Oh, there's a door over here. I'll check that door later. Go ahead and come up to the penthouse. This is a standard hotel door protected by a simple hydraulic locking mechanism. A keypad is mounted beside the door frame. Have Gobbet ascends the keypad. Gobbet leans forward and examines the keypad. After a moment, she turns to you. A few of the numbers are worn out. Looks like it's some combination of 1, 3, 5, and 6. There we go. That's not something I can do anything with. Why is it so cold in here? I can see my breath. Rows and rows of finely tailored suits, custom shoes, and various accessories fill this room. The liquor cabinet is full of expensive wines and spirits. Several decanters sit atop it, but one in particular catches your eye, a bottle of brilliantly bright red wine. Nah. The fridge is well stocked. There's enough food in here to feed a big party. Is that Moonlight Sonata? The opposite side of the living room is dominated by a massive security door. It's much heavier than the exterior apartment door and looks like a recent addition. The wall has clearly been reinforced to support it. A series of top-of-the-line commercial-grade mag locks hold the doors sealed. It'd be easier to tunnel through the wall than it would be to break them open. A cursory glance at the door frame reveals no sign of a keypad or a jack point, but you do see what appears to be an RFID reader. A 16-digit number has been stenciled onto the side of the reader in red ink. This didn't come with the apartment. Why fortify an interior door like this? Probably to keep up appearances. Can you imagine how people would talk if he'd installed this thing in the hallway? Well, one thing is certain. We aren't getting through there without a key. Most likely that means we will have to get one from Ma, or from one of his people. We're going to the party, aren't we? I mean, that is the next logical step. Tell me we're going to the party. Looks that way. Settle up, we've got a party to attend. Here's why I brought Isabel. Oh gee, 0 of 30? Hell, I'm not in the right place.
equipment. Welcome to the Repulse Bay Central Data Hub. Please state query. Info on Neville Ma. Penthouse apartment number 2. Expand query. Apartment door code. 1635. Yeah, I already figured that out. Should have done this first. Other records. Events. One event found. Yellow Springs Films private party. Mezzanine level. Front desk indicates 6 unclaimed invitations. Download the invitation. Other records. Planned hotel expansion. Accessing expansion plans. You download a series of files detailing expansion plans to the hotel's ground floor. These might be valuable to local construction firms. Accessing maintenance logs. Reams of data flood the screen. Everything's organized by way of reference numbers. It's an incredibly obtuse and confusing system. Without knowing what number to search for, there's little of value to see here. Enter the reference number for Ma's security door. You enter the number that was stenciled on the door. The system chugs for a moment, then the screen fills with data. Security door installation, Ma Neville. Keys issued 3 of 3. 1, Ma Neville. 2, Wong Penelope. 3, Kang Victor. All keys claimed. The ragged waiter manages to straighten up as you approach. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the veranda at Repulse Bay. How may I be of service? Got some questions about Neville Ma. Heard of him? His expression clouds. Certainly. Everyone knows Mr. Ma. Yeah? What kind of guy is he? Between you and me, he's difficult, which is putting it lightly. Man runs the staff ragged. He jerks his thumb in the direction of the veranda. That's his party out there. Richies like him love to display their wealth. Sounds like you have some stories. He lowers his voice. Like you wouldn't believe. He once made a handful of us walk all the way out to Shek-O to fetch dumplings for his guests. It was pouring out, with winds blowing around 50 kilometers per hour. Practically a death march in that weather. Why didn't the kitchen here make Ma some dumplings? Ma said the kitchen's dumplings weren't good enough, called them peasant food in front of all his guests. Chef Kang was furious, of course, but since Ma's rich, hotel management told us to give him whatever he wanted. By the time we got back from Shek-O, the dumplings were cold, the party was over, and Ma had retired to his suite with a pair of starlets. We had to pay for those dumplings out of our own damn pockets. A couple days later, Kevin came down with pneumonia from the trip, lost his job over it.
And that's just one of our experiences with him. Needless to say, no one here's a fan of the man. But we're paid to serve the tenants here, so that's what we do. He shrugs. It's a living. I probably shouldn't let on that I've been in there. That seems a little too indiscreet. All right, sir. Enjoy your day. Looks like Chef Kang isn't in here. The security guard stands in front of the patio, a bored expression on his face. He looks you up and down as you approach. Private party, pal. Invitation only. Ow. Here you go. He takes the invitation and scrutinizes it. He then looks at you, reluctance plain on his face. Enjoy the party, sir. The partygoer raises an eyebrow at your approach. They're serving century-old Cabernet-like punch here. It's hard to believe, considering how much of a single bottle costs. But it's even harder to believe Mr. Ma is hosting this party, and so soon after his accident. I heard about that. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down. The man's a machine, he smirks, amused by himself. Not literally, but he might as well be the way he sprang back after being T-boned at 140 clicks an hour. Seriously? Man should look like cat food after an impact like that. I don't know how, but here he is, alive and kicking. Or dining, regaling, what have you. If you ask me, it's all that positive chi the fans have stirred up. I heard there were entire message boards praying for him and making offerings at temples. The Matrix is nuts for promises and moonlight. If Ma hadn't negotiated a second season, his fans would just as easily have turned on him. No way. The internet can't send you chi, much less fix a broken body. Call it chi or luck or whatever you want. Ma's here, so he must be doing something right. All I know for sure is that I'm glad he's back in the business and serving us buckets full of Cabernet. He catches sight of someone across the room and waves. Lisa, over here! He gives you a curt nod. Nice talking to you. The glamorous starlet flashes you a standard celebrity smile, lovely but emotionless. Good evening, Penelope Wong, but please call me Penny. Fantastic party, Penny. Please extend my thanks to Mr. Ma. I'm Mr. Argyle. He'll be delighted to hear it. Our Neville takes any chance he can get to show how well Yellow Spring Studios is doing. Do you know him well? Let's see. Not directly, but I'm in the film industry too, just not in Hong Kong. I mostly came to see how he's recovering. A smile lights up her face. "Oh, it was absolutely miraculous. I must admit, I nearly died of fright when I heard what happened. But to look at Neville now, you'd never guess he'd been hurt. Just miraculous." Keep his secret if you will. It's a shame the rumor mill's caught wind, though. "There are rumors?" She blinks. "I haven't heard any rumors." Just jealous babbling, you know the kind, that he's embezzling from the studio to pay for the treatment, etc. Or maybe I should go with, No, I'll go with this one. Her face reddens. "That's ridiculous. The studio's doing better than ever. We're even expanding. No money lost there." I wouldn't put any stock in Matrix rumors, especially the ones about new investment partners. Someone new? For a moment, she's lost in thought, face twisted in concentration. "No, I don't think so. But Neville did make some new friends while he was in Guangzhou." "Go on." "There was a woman, can't remember her name, who now visits Neville regularly. I hear she's quite the fashionista." "Well, a powerful man like him must make a lot of friends." Penelope shrugs. "They seem to get on well. I'm a little sad he's never introduced us, though. She's supposed to make an appearance tonight. I'm very much looking forward to meeting her." Penelope's gaze drifts over your shoulder for a moment, and she smiles at someone behind you. "Oh, please excuse me, that's Mr. Yao, and I promised him I'd say hello tonight. Enjoy the party." "Thank you, Penny. It was a pleasure." Asking about the security door is, yeah, at that point, that would be a little... Ooh. Neville Ma is dressed in an immaculate suit, surveying his party from the edge of the balcony. As you approach, he inclines his head respectfully. "Good evening, Mr. I'm sorry, I don't believe we've been formally introduced." He straightens his wristwatch. "I'm Neville Ma, owner of Yellow Spring Studios." "Argent?" It was Argyle. "Pleasure's all mine, Mr. Ma. Call me Mr. Argyle. Thanks so much for hosting this gala." "You're very welcome. It's important to show the industry and the press that Promises in Moonlight is doing well, and that we're still a local operation. I hope that you're enjoying yourself." "I've heard about your accident. How did it happen?" He sighs. It seems as though that's all anyone wants to hear about these days. To be honest, I'm getting rather tired of repeating the story. Suffice it to say, a delivery truck, a drone, experienced a glitch and ran a red light. If it hadn't hit me, it would have hit someone else. Do you think it was intentional? What, the glitch? I can't rule it out, but that seems rather far-fetched to me. I'm just a Tridio producer, hardly the sort of man to find himself on anybody's enemies list. Treatments must have been expensive. Not especially. Guangzhou's hospitals are top tier. Confidentially, my rapid recovery mostly came down to luck. The accident could have been a lot worse than it was. I owe Eurocar a lot of thanks for their safety features. My pleasure. Please enjoy the party. Okay, I'm going to save real quick before I ask anybody about the security door. But now, having talked to him, I feel like going back and talking to Penelope and asking about the security door makes a little bit of sense, anyway. Welcome back, Mr. Argyle. To what do I owe the pleasure? I was hoping you could help me, Penny. Do you have a key fob for Neville's security door? A quizzical look crosses her face. I do, but how do you know about that? Try that one. Oh, in that case, please take my key fob. Just bring it back when you're done, okay? Thank you, Penny. You don't know how helpful you've been. Penelope beams at you. Always happy to help where Neville's concerned. There we go. Door's just still sitting open there. As you approach the door, a light set into your key fob goes from red to green. There's a loud series of thunks, and the door slides open. A blast of frigid air floods into the room from the other side. An expensive consumer-grade computer terminal awaits your input. The display background is set to a screen capture from Promises in Moonlight. Penelope Wong's radiant face beams at you from a corner of the screen. "This must be Ma's personal terminal," he smiles. "Can't think of a better place to dig for dirt on the man." Log in as a guest. A few keystrokes is all it takes to get into the computer's file structure. With the high-tech security door in his apartment, it seems Ma never bothered to encrypt this machine. An options menu appears on the screen. Search email. You read through Ma's email. Most of it's spam and boring business arrangements, but one detail stands out. Neville Ma is frequently emailing a woman named Ku Feng. They seem close, exchanging a lot of thinly veiled flirtation. It appears that Neville has been lavishing Ku Feng with money and attention, expensive gifts, rent checks, miserable attempts at poetry, seeing to it that her every need is met. Financial records. Neville's financial records are astoundingly boring aside from two major things. He spent next to nothing on his hospital bills, where it appears he only stayed for 3 days. And he's spending a lot of money on a woman named Ku Feng. Jewelry bills, clothes, and such. Unlock office door. With the push of a button, you unlock the office door on the other side of the room. An ominous thunk reverberates throughout the cold steel apartment. Ominous, you say? Without warning, a frigid wind blows through the apartment. The chill cuts through your clothing, raising goose flesh all over your body. Where is that coming from? There's another blast of cold, and a pale and imposing woman materializes out of thin air. A throng of blank-faced men and women materialize alongside her. The little dog who's been sniffing around Neville Ma's affairs. Her voice is imperious, arrogant. Ku Feng, I presume. She nods. Just so. My servants have been watching you since you arrived. I suspect that you are an evil man and that you are here to do harm to Neville, and so I came to stop you. I couldn't be less interested in hurting Neville, lady. I'm just here to finish a job. If that is true, then it is a shame. You have seen my face, and you know what I am. Naturally, I cannot allow you to leave, and you can't afford to fight me here for fear of police involvement. She lifts her chin imperiously. Perhaps we can settle this in a more civilized manner. A face-off in a neutral location. Will you accept my challenge? A duel at midnight works for me. Very well, she steeples her fingers. As for the terms, if I win, you willingly submit to my influence. You will become my pawn. And if you win, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She nods, grinning. Wait 15 minutes for the sun to go down, then come to the roof. We'll settle this there, like gentlemen and ladies. The sun dips below the horizon. Mist coalesces, coating the rooftop in dew. Ku Feng and her cohorts appear. Are you prepared to become my servant, human? You must not resist. or I'll be forced to kill you. Should it come to that, I'll endeavor to make it swift and painless, but no promises. Let's see what you've got. This will be entertaining. Kill him. Kufeng's, uh, Kufeng's calm and haughty demeanor dissolves as her eyes grow wild. Wait, wait! I surrender! Don't kill me! What's wrong? Not feeling so powerful now? She clasps her hands, pleading. The whole Mistress of the Night thing is just an act. I'm just an accountant that got infected. I don't really know how to fight. I was faking it. I just wanted to scare you into backing down. An accountant? She nods. I was on a business trip to Shanwei last year. I went to a rave, got drunk, and passed out. When I woke up, I was in an alley and someone had done this to me. And so you, decided to embrace the whole vampire thing? What choice did I have? I couldn't go back to work, and it was a dead-end job anyway. No upward mobility, no room for growth. I did what anyone would have done. I tried to make the best of it, capitalize on my new abilities. I'm a vampire now. I can't control that, but I can control how I choose to monetize it. So, what was your end game? How did you see this working out?
Harry's on top of the refrigerator. I can't even see it because he's got behind all the junk piled up on top.
I see his paws.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Did you just read what the characters say? I woke up and I was Italian.
No.
That's what it sounds like in there.
No, I still got about half of this one left. Beats me. It's not like I have a rule book for this or anything. I'm just making it up as I go along. Who knows, maybe I could eventually become the vampire queen of Repulse Bay. Well, I suppose that I can't fault your ambition. Thanks. I mean that, but it's never going to happen. I'm not any good at this, I know that now. She looks away in shame. Her voice goes flat. I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself now. If I'm ever found out, I'll get killed for the bounty money. This was my only real shot, and I blew it. Shouldn't your family or co-workers be looking for you? Not if I can help it. You think that I want them to see me like this? As far as my friends and family are concerned, I'm missing. Have been for months. They probably think that I'm dead. Her chest hitches. She looks miserable. I think that's for the best. I mean, how could I explain what I'd become? Can you imagine how ashamed my family would be to find that I'd become this monster? No, it's better that they think I'm dead. So, can we call it a truce or something? I scratch your back, you let me live? She clasps her hands, pleading. What do you say? I think we can work something out, conditionally. She nods eagerly. Yes, anything. Just tell me what you need. First off, I want some answers. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You ask the questions and I'll answer. No lying, I promise. How are you and Neville Ma connected? I happened to be in the same hospital that he was, trolling for a meal. I don't like to drink blood from unwilling people, so I go to hospitals at night looking for people who won't mind if I take a sip. People in comas, patients with terminal illnesses, that kind of thing. It makes me feel better about what I have to do. So I wandered into his room and I recognized Neville Ma. I'd seen him on the news, seen photos of the accident. He was in really bad shape. A lot of broken bones and internal injuries, but somehow he was still conscious. So you offered to help? Well, I knew that if I gave uninfected people my blood, they'd be able to heal like I did, just not as fast. I'd figured that out early and by mistake, but it can come in handy from time to time. So when I saw that Neville was conscious, I decided to make my grand appearance. I materialized in the room and told him that I'd make him a trade. I'd fix him up, good as new, but he'd owe me some favors for it. I wasn't specific as to how many favors or what kind. He agreed. Actually, he leapt at the chance to become my pawn. I guess that when you're all broken up like that, you'll do just about anything to get better. The deal was done, and we got along. I think he's charming, he thinks I'm funny, and he doesn't care that I'm a vampire. He told me that he gives me nice things because he likes me and not because he owes me his life. It's all very sweet. What's it like? About the same as being a person. The human metahuman vampiric virus is like any other disease, except instead of coughing, I can't go out during the day. It's not all bad, though. I can turn into mist, and I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. I still have to wash my hair and pay for parking. You know what I miss the most? Steamed buns. I can't eat or drink anything except blood, and I loved street food before I got infected. Sometimes I'll walk by food carts just to smell the things they're frying up. But if I buy something 10 minutes later, it's all coming back up in a mess. Is there a cure? I wish. But no. The only cure is being tossed in a bonfire or having your head cut off. And almost every nation in the world will pay a bounty for a dead vampire. It's not like I had much of a choice, you know? Be a vampire or get killed for some quick cash. It's a pretty raw deal for me, either way. Decided what's going to happen. Okay. What's it going to be? You're going to get Neville to fire Penelope Wong. Wait, all of this is about that stupid soap opera? I take the jobs that pay, lady. I can't believe it. Of all the idiotic reasons to blow my cover... Fine, I'll make Neville get rid of her. Sure you can convince him? Neville can't say no to me. I mean that quite literally. He'll do it, no question. And what about Neville and I? I don't care who Neville Ma associates with. Thank you. He knows what I am and doesn't care because I saved his life. I won't trouble you again. I am. The elevator panel awaits your selection. Let's head back in here. Oh, I'm extra glad I didn't sip that bottle now. Can I not return the key fob? I guess not. Let's save real quick to, Yeah, all that's left is to return to Dr. Xin Yang. The clink of glasses and sound of Neville Ma's party fades into the distance as you leave the Repulse Bay. As the MTR carries you toward Haoi, the mountains of Hong Kong Island roll by as looming masses obscured by rain and storm clouds. Penelope Wong has been fired from Promises in Moonlight, and Ma will be at a serious disadvantage without her. The whims of Trid viewers shift as readily as the tide, and without the starlet's presence, Promises in Moonlight will undoubtedly lose ratings. However, with Ku Feng at his side, Neville Ma may be able to thwart any of Dr. Xin Yang's attempts to undermine his other business. Dr. Xin Yang is busily puffing away on a foul-smelling cigar, his comlink in one hand. His eyes flash with anticipatory glee as he sees you. Dr. Xin Yang greets you in the name of all producers. How'd the shindig go? Let me tell you about the night we had. You explain the night's events from start to finish. As you speak, Dr. Xin Yang's face grows ever more incredulous, until finally his mouth is left hanging halfway open. He slowly places the cigar in a nearby ashtray and shakes his head in disbelief. That has got to be one of the single strangest stories I've ever heard. Vampires in the Trid industry. What a nightmare. I can't believe you let that leech keep sucking on Neville. A big ace to have in his pocket. And what if she starts biting on other people, actors and whatnot? Not an optimal outcome, but I guess it's okay. You got me Wong, and that means his show's dead. All right, kid. I'll send payment to your Matrix drop. You earned it. Glad to be able to help. Dr. Xin Yang is about to speak, but his comlink begins to buzz. Irritated, he answers it and switches to speaker mode. Yeah, who is it? What do you want? Hello, Xin Yang. I just wanted to let you know that I've released Penelope Wong from her contract. If you're still interested in her, she's all yours. Also, I hope your business is doing all right. I'd heard you had some problems with cash flow. If you need a loan, I'd be happy to help. Dr. Xin Yang eyes the image of Neville Ma with deep suspicion. You don't sound too mad, Nev. What's the catch here, anyway? You must have the next big thing lined up already. Oh, Doctor, there's no need for it. Do you want to know why I keep winning our little contests and you're always playing catch-up? It's because you think people like Miss Wong actually matter. They don't. Stars are crafted. Molded out of talent, yes, but ultimately constructed. With enough time and effort, anyone can be made into a star. It's just a question of manipulating public perception. Maybe so. But I got her now, and your show's dead in the water without the star. What do you think of that, eh? I think I'm going to do what any good soap opera producer would do. Write her character out with a tragic death, and bring on someone new. You labor under the misapprehension that viewers have loyalty. They don't. They only have appetite. As long as you chase stars like Wong, you will lose. Don't be afraid to think bigger, Doctor. Reach for the drama, not the dramatists. With that, Neville Ma hangs up on Dr. Xin Yang. For the next 30 seconds, Dr. Xin Yang releases a stream of violently imaginative invectives at his phone. Even Strangler Bao looks taken aback at the ferocity of Xin Yang's anger and the invectiveness of the sexual positions that he describes. Inventiveness. Not invectiveness. Blah, blah, blah. Finally, he takes a deep breath and composes himself. That dirty little weasel. Insulting my creativity like that. The nerve. Go on, kid. We're done here. Thanks for all your help, but I gotta get going. I gotta talk to a guy about buying a bunch of snakes. Oh, cool. Everybody level up. Augment poison fog. Ooh, doing AP damage. Or augment shrine spirits. Let's make acid fog. Nail grenade. Strips one armor, I like that. Yeah, let's go with that. Ooh, coup de grace stunned targets. Nice. Yeah, let's go for the coup de grace. Quick kills. faster cooldown on repair. I like that. Let's Koshche even more easily take point. Alright. Confirm all. Anything new from Crafty? Oh, there's someone new. This guy! A heavy scent buffets your senses. The scent of pure, unadulterated book. Woody, musky, dusty. The light herbal incense from before seems like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the texts. Several of the towers of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper caught somehow in a ceiling rafter rustles gently above you. Crafty, you in? You hear a shuffling of papers. An arm rolls out from under a pile of blankets and books, and Crafty raises her head, a notebook spread open on top of it. The book topples to the floor. Oh, hey. Her voice cracks. Crafty clears her throat with a cough and stumbles out of her pile. Her voice is clear when she speaks again. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading. Or rather, up every night reading. She stretches. You look dog-tired. Feeling all right? Crafty lets out a single sharp laugh. I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard, not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. Why don't you take a break? No way. I've dug myself too deep to back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. She leans on a book-covered chair. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, Adol, I'll make up for it in spades. And naps. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice, but don't worry, it's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. So what's the latest? The latest. She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off of it. As she digs through them, you realize the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling, the pages holding on for dear life. Here we go. This one's loaded. The suspense is killing me. Got a couple big finds. Mom's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down to the most important information. An exorcism and the Yama Kings. Where do you want to start? Tell me about the exorcism. She flips through the notebook and, after locating the right page, lays the book on the counter. Her index finger glides around the notes as she summarizes its contents. On one of Mom's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old, crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mom wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt that it was a place of concentrated chi. I know someone who's mentioned that same arch. She's from the walled city. Crafty looks up from the notebook. I'd believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to me like most people from the walled city would at least have heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? I can boil it down to creepy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote, it was seriously bad. Didn't mean to interrupt. Where were we? The chi wasn't like your standard run-of-the-mill energy, or even for the walled city, this chi was exceptionally dark, and it all seems to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook of her magic brand would try, a Taoist exorcism. How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. Crafty takes a deep breath through her nose. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable, but when she left that day... It's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she'd witnessed something, and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder the people who live there experience such terrible dreams. I'd like to know about the Yama Kings. Crafty turns to a page marked with a red sticky note. She looks up at you. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yama Kings? Only what I've heard here and there. Personally, I'd only heard about the Yama Kings in fables and myths. Things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent. And here, she taps the page, we've found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slum, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense, considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Do their Yama Kings have names? There were 3 that Mom knew of. Lam Vi, Fu Mang, and Qian Ya. Each Yama King is associated with the negative energy on which they feed. Lam Vi feeds from cowards, Fu Mang from the guilty, and Qian Ya slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She rubs her forehead in frustration. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but I could only make out bits and parts. There's a list, something here about... Her mouth twists sideways, and her eyes squint, straining to read the notes. Rules? Maybe laws of some sort. The thing that stood out to me is here. She plops a finger onto the page. It's about the propriety surrounding ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations. Luncheons? No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says the Yama Kings, under rules or laws, must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but... She sighs and flips the paper onto the counter. Nope, sorry, can't read anything past that. You know, it's strange to me that Mom found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real or connected to the curse that she believed in. A thump, and Crafty closes the notebook. She casually tosses it back onto the display case. It's not the best lead, but I think that it's a step in the right direction. This austere, refined-looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of talisma, herbs, and crystals. Noting your approach, he turns to face you. Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one. It's pretty good so far. You? The elf cocks his head, considering the question. I have definitely had worse nights, without a doubt. As I suspect, have many who live here in Haoi. One needs only look to the walled city to see how far into misery and squalor one can fall. My name is Algernon Half-Dream, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Algernon does not extend his hand, but he does incline his head politely. It is not quite a bow, but almost. Are you a mage or a shaman? What makes you think I am either of them? Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul. Algernon smiles and gestures toward the racks of magical accessories on the wall. Of course, a merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both, or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times, so soon after the dragons have awoken. Too many people try to draw binary divisions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things there is will, there is power, and there is change. You've got some interesting eyes, Algernon. Do I? I've never really thought about them, to tell you the truth. They allow me to see, and there our relationship ends. Surely there must be many people in Haoi with interesting eyes. Cybersurgery is so common these days as to be almost routine. Yours don't look like cyber eyes, though. Of course they don't. They are my natural eyes. A bit peculiar, I suppose, but no more so than dogs with a paralyzing howl, telepathic cats, or the occasional vampire. The modern world is full of unusual sights. You don't sound like a local. No, I am not, I admit, though I have been to Hong Kong many times in the past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor. Algernon spares a moment to survey the shop. I must say it's been kept in wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat. Where are you originally from? I have been traveling my entire life, and rarely stay in one locale for long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it's inevitable that they begin to bleed together, though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match. You've been in the walled city? No. There's a leaden finality to Algernon's tone. He pauses for a moment before elaborating. I have looked around outside, and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is overwhelming, and I would prefer not to venture too near such a well of negativity, but those emotions have colored and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt was worth studying, albeit from afar. He shakes his head sadly. Such a waste of human potential. To think of all of the ways the world and fate have failed those people. See you later, Algernon. Safe travels, my friend. But you enter the trawler to find your crew gathered together waiting for you. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. Did someone call a crew meeting? I told you, I'm the one who gets to call crew meetings. Isabel, you look like you have something to tell the class. The dwarf paces up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my homework on Josephine Tsang and Tsang Mechanical Services. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh, yeah, I found something, all right. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her notes. In 2011, Tsang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time. Something she called the Prosperity Project. Prosperity? That's what Raymond was mumbling about. What does any of this have to do with Raymond? It has nothing whatsoever to do with Raymond Black. It has everything to do with Edward Tsang. Is Raymond Black actually Edward Sang? You got it. Duncan's jaw drops open. What? No. Come on. Raymond Black is actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang. So our secret foster grandmother is trying to kill us. It looks that way, yeah. Ractor chuckles softly to himself. Secret grandmother? What the hell is going on, Isabel? Start from the beginning. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city. The second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago, and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Sounds familiar. I keep on giving her an accent. I don't mean to give her an accent. I just go into that higher voice, try and sound mischievous, and it comes out vaguely Brooklyn. Or whatever. Whatever accent that is. In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project, a self-contained, low-cost, walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own. Excuse me. Something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. She got the grand scale right. It's a giant hellhole. Isabel's response is flat as a board. No kidding. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity where prosperity begins." And ends, apparently. The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. Like drug dealers and prostitutes. This sounds just like the first walled city. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Kept the tourists happy, too. Isabel gives Gobbet a flat, shut-up expression. Gobbet smirks in reply. Securing the walled city job was the first step toward Sang becoming what it is today, toward putting Josephine Sang on the executive council. That doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It wasn't the slum that made her rich. From what I've read, the walled city job was a disaster. By all accounts, her Prosperity Project should have landed her in the poorhouse. That wasn't what happened, though. After the walled city went up, TMS landed contract after contract, huge, lucrative ones. Nobody knows why. And those were the jobs that propelled TMS into the big time. The new walled city was a chi siphon. An architectural energy vampire. Is how I'm reading this. That just stole all of the fortune from the people and the land of Kowloon and brought it straight to Tsang. So where's Raymond come into all this? Not Raymond. Edward. Edward Tsang was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city. Excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive gray water leak that flooded the basement back in 48? When we got back from that camping trip in the Salish, Ray screamed bloody murder about that. Yeah, remember what happened to Mrs. Maloney? You mean her feet? Wu winces and lets out a grunt of disgust. They swelled to like 3 times their normal size. Yeah, thanks for bringing back that memory. But think about it. Did Raymond have any idea how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control. And Josephine put him in charge of the utilities? No wonder the walled city smells like that. I don't think Raymond had anything to do with the utilities in the walled city. So, if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there? I don't know, but Edward Tsang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed, around 2031. That's about the time he moved to Seattle, around 7 years before he found us. But what happened in the walled city? And what would make Raymond want to go back in there now after all these years? I don't know, but I intend to find out. Inbox. Out of town. From Kindly Chung. I'm not in Haoi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. Data retrieval. I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you, one that should prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation, and he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tygath Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancement. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience, stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics or safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul, not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Nalchi, sailing near Hong Kong on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed the ship down, so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Lo-Ho-Joa pirate and smuggler. But don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and he'll have you on that ship without incident. Take the run. I've let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him down on the end of the pier. My parlor is on. He'll handle everything from there on out. Collect payment. 1100. Good work out there, kid. Here's the money I promised you. Let's see. Post the construction plans. Wait, I didn't post this already? Whoa, lots of threads. Typhoon stalled offshore. Update on Typhoon Usagi. Infrared images of the storm eye-to-wall transition are really quite stunning, by the way. Typhoon Usagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening after passing north of the Philippines. Strong wind and periodic very heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau, as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance Inroki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week once they are in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path more time to prepare. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms with assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. You're the best. The J-pop theme on the ammunition belts really takes it over the top, Amanita. You're a special person. Tsang Mechanical Services, a rising star. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council elections? It's almost time for the latest round, and the competition is heating up. Up until this point, Tantien CEO Sao-Kok Chu looked like the best pick to replace Josephine Tsang of Tsang Mechanical Services. Despite Wuxing CEO Kint Zhou-Ling's rivalry with Chu, he had the support of both Yang Lin Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrandt Kleinfort Bernal. Now, though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Tsang seems pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've heard, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Monobe, and Eastern Tiger to stay out of their way. In exchange, they let her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tides against Tantien. Your screen flickers as a trid clip begins playing. Josephine Tsang stands at a podium addressing a crowd of reporters in front of a partially constructed skyscraper. With the finalization permits approved for the Pak Tai Workers Complex here in Dongguan, I promise you that the prosperity of this city can only increase. This marks an auspicious day. Thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when the project is complete, and low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Zhang Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in a global market, that we are only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Zhang pounds the podium with a closed fist, nodding for emphasis. Zhang Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life, a wealthier, happier life, one where your company is also your family and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times? We will give you that life. We will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't Baihu, and believe me, they count Tantian and Wuxing as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that absent a catastrophe, Josephine Tsang will be on the executive council in the next few days. Why do they count Wuxing as foreign? Tantian, sure, they're headquartered in Beijing, but Wuxing's just as native to Hong Kong as Tsang is. Wuxing and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wuxing's made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wuxing was the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Tsang took a different tactic. Josephine Tsang started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost long-term lease for their facilities in Dongguan. She sweetened the deal by treating them like family rather than adversaries. She's got them eating out of her hand. Thread, punk metal hardcore. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk hardcore, hardcore light, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, nouveau, sinopunk, synth punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlaut bands like Umlaut. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it. In return, I'm in search of any weird, obscure bands to add to my library. Let me know. Got any cybercore synth metal? As for what might interest you, I own the complete oeuvre of this German punk band, Messerkampf. Heard of them? Messerkampf? They're so mainstream, they're really big in the JIS. Really? Did they tour? No, man, I don't think so. Those Berlin anarchist bands never survive very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. They're probably aging wage slaves now, and no idea that they're wildly popular on the other side of the planet. Looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run. Oh no. Picking a very special access card off a wage slave. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. Requirements: 1. You must not take experimental stims during runs. 2. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. 3. You must have a good sense of humor. Knock, knock. You said a good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Poor runs with scissors 2056, although by looking at her name, I guess we should have known. So basically, you guys are desperate for a decker. Has anyone else contacted you? We can wait a little longer. Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know. Jinxed. We're sunk. All of us. Swim! As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving our eventual and inevitable destruction. Appended is a recent summary on rising sea level in Hong Kong. It expresses the issue well in lay terms. Freedom Cowboy, you complained my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? Excuse me. Article Mirror, The Sinking of Hong Kong. From HK Newswire, Hong Kong's watery future, images and external links redacted. The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 meters of water level rise, varying by location. Geologists cite a combination of Antarctic ice melting, Antarctic rice. Rice? I cannot talk, and they can't edit. Antarctic ice melting, the natural sinking of Hong Kong's artificial fill shorefronts, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. They just dropped a letter there. Read more. Future of the city. Geologists predict a continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. Quoting from government geologist Ao Ming Xia, with up to 15 meters of subsidence expected over the next half-century, a large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Due to our population and a small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting of the city will need to continue. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from a canal environment. Focus on engineering to protect Hong Kong. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawalls and on Victoria Harbour's Shirang Wall, officially the anti-typhoon automated harbour defense jetty. Coastal protections will need to be raised by a half-meter per year to counteract the total effect of rising sea level and the worsening severity of super typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates this may cost 250 billion new yen over the next 5 decades. Climatic models suggest that by 2100, storm surges impinging on Hong Kong shores may exceed 3 meters in height, and wind-driven waves during severe storms may reach 15 meters. End of article. So, we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years? That's the message? When one does some simple financial modeling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons along with a geological outlook, the actual message is that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have much better long-term financial security, as well as be better able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during their work. It's pretty ironic that your handle shortens to WP, normally associated with white phosphorus. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it is chemically immune to water quenching, but also because of its high adhesion and biotoxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. Thread, Merc Operative. Accessing BBS archives, please wait. See attached image, dated late 2050. The human in the middle is Simon Jor, a mercenary fixer in Macau. He's a known quantity. Jor? Jor. I'm interested in the elf on his left. Anybody recognize this guy? Archaeopteryx. Your person of interest is Rold Hon, aka Whipsaw. He's not a merc, he's a corpo-turned-runner-turned-corpo. He's now a counter-disruption advisor, currently under contract to Transys Neuronet. Jor is just a broker, but I'm wondering what Whipsaw is doing with the third guy, the troll, Icebreaker. Icebreaker? He doesn't look like a Decker. Icebreaker as in as big as an icebreaker, the ship. He supposedly ran a paramilitary crew for a while. I've heard of this guy. He vanished 6 years ago. His whole team went completely dark. They were called the Fleet. Word is they hit a big score and retired. Yo guys, I've got metadata that Icebreaker's crew got wiped out. Only 2 survivors, and you won't find them. Tin Helmet, I'm tired of your weird-ass rumors. Tin Helmet may be correct. One Fleet associate, Ustrada, posted on the BBS 6 times over the next year. Another, Balisong, was collected by Bounty Hunter. See attached image. Thanks, White Prism. That's effing awesome. We all really needed a picture of a woman shot in the face and slumped over a toilet. This isn't a gore board. I swear you've got Asperger's or something. Thread, Kowloon Car Bomb. Accessing BBS archives. Please wait. Car bombing in Kowloon City today, near Salisbury and Nathan. Triad hit? Extremists? Yeah, these are going back a while. A few years. The Triads don't usually use car bombs, and terrorists want a substantial blast to kick fragments. This one had a small explosive, but burned like an oil well. Voila! The HKPD report appended. 1 fatality, the driver, guy named Ripshot, burnt almost beyond identification. Huh. Ripshot, he's a rigger, he rolls for the fleet. He's got a long enemies list. Huh. No, Crazy Taste, I don't know why people keep associating the fleet and this Ripshot guy. Wait, no, Crazy Taste, I don't know why people keep associating the fleet and this Ripshot guy. The fleet's rigger is a Shenzhen guy called Chainlink. Yeah, Ripshot has a lot of enemies, but he's a Cao Fu, croc shaman over in Kwun, and he's not dead. Wait, what? Several people have operated in Hong Kong under the handle Ripshot in the last year. None of them are linked to the fleet, but that crew is known to spread misinformation about their composition. So, who knows? I see the body identification was made from limb DNA, a skull fragment, and the footage from a nearby CCTV camera. White Prism, Amanita, are you going to go conspiracy theory on us again? Huh. Okay. It is 6 o'clock. I'm not going to run as late as I did yesterday. I'm hungry. Talking through congestion is making my face feel really weird. Like it's resonating weird in my head. And so I think I need to stop talking for a bit. On Monday, I'll try and remember to talk to the rest of the crew, see what they're up to, and also spend my karma. Now then, let's see who is around to raid. Kimutsemu's playing Earthbound. Haven't raided him in a while, and I do love that game. Of course, this being Radio PSI and all. Or, you know, Radio PSI adjacent, at least. So let's go say hey over there. Thanks again for watching. I'll be back tomorrow night to continue Timberborn. Hope to see you then. Later, folks.